Okay. And that's it.
Yes.
Okay.
Share the screen. All you can choose
Already shared.
on the full screen.
Maybe.
I think it's already shared.
Yes, I just share this text.
So I open the first presentation.
Yeah.
It's not here. I tried. Huh? Ah, no, sorry, digitally. Okay, and now I will hand over. Okay. Non cambio più. Volevo, vabbè, teniamo questa come fondo.
You need to change the screen size.
What? How can you do it? I think you do the chat. Yeah. No, mi ha detto sì. Okay. So, good afternoon. We speak in English and anche siamo tutti italiani, probabilmente, ma ok. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alice Barreca, and on behalf of my co-chair, our co-chair, we welcome you to this fourth edition of EIAP workshop held here in ICCSA, in the conference ICCSA. With me, there is Giorgio Malavasi, that is co-chair of this session, but also Diana Rolando and Manuela Rebaudengo, that are co-chairs since the beginning of this workshop. We are really happy to see so many participants joining us today, and we extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished speakers, authors, session chairs, and attendees. Your presence and your valuable contribution make this workshop an important opportunity for scientific exchange and collaboration. Over the past 4 editions, evaluating inter-areas potential our workshop has become a forum where researchers and practitioners from different disciplines come together to share innovative solutions, different ideas together, discuss emerging challenges, and explore new perspectives for inner territories that still remain a topic that needs our attention. Today, we have 4 contributions from these different topics, all really valuable. And in this moment, we can start with the first research entitled Short-Term Rentals in Rural Areas, Sustainable Tourism Perspectives with the Sister Project. And Giorgio Malavasi will be the speaker. So I leave you the floor.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giorgio Malavasi, and I will present this research developed with Roberta Butticè, Asia Ulisio, and Diana Rolando. And this is we are from the Department of Architecture and Design of Politecnico di Torino. And the presentation will be organized in 4 parts. And this contribution is an upgrade from previous work that is a master degree thesis by Roberta Butticè that is supervised by Diana Rolando, Asia Ulisio, and me. And that thesis was written during an interreg project that is a sister project, which I will explain later. Tourism has become one of the main drivers of territorial development, and in recent years we have different concentration of tourism, especially in rural areas that generate important environmental, economic, and also social challenges. And for this reason, this research was focused on rural areas to understand better if sustainable alternatives for tourism are capable of redistributing tourism flows and also supporting local communities, cultural heritage, and also regional economies. At the same time, the development of digital platforms for accommodation, such as Airbnb, have transformed a lot the accommodation systems. And so, through this research, we can see that short-term rentals are no longer concentrated in cities, in urban cities, but they are also expanding in rural areas and in peripheral territories. So, as I said, this research. Sorry. No. Maybe there is a problem, but this was a video about SISTUR project. If you want to see it, there is a page. Yes, on the website of SISTUR. SISTUR stands for a systemic approach for sustainable tourism strategies in rural areas, and is an inter-Europe project. And SISTUR main goal is to move tourism to rural areas, also to connecting three different aspects that are mobility, so transport from public or private initiatives, digital connection, and authentic experience. And in particular, this research is connected to this third field. So this research addresses four main questions. So what are the structural and spatial characteristics of short-term rental markets in European rural areas? And how can systemic design tools support governance strategies for sustainable tourism? And these two questions are highlighted because this research adopts a multidisciplinary and systemic approach by integrating different kind of analysis to examine how platform and also accommodation system influence rural tourism dynamics across 6 European regions. The methodology combines a quantitative and qualitative approach. So these are 5 interconnected phases that include data sampling, geospatial analysis, and also data analysis, and participatory and stakeholder insights. So you can see that there is also a co-design phase with the SISTUR partners. And from the quantitative point of view, we have created a sampling based on the Airbnb platform, and we have analyzed it through exploratory data analysis and also exploratory spatial data analysis. From the qualitative point of view, the research has applied the work cafe methodology through parallel sessions, and also stakeholder participation and the application and the creation of a new model canvas, also to discuss the data with the stakeholders. The case study is the SISTUR project, as I mentioned, and this was very fruitful for the research because the project gave us 6 different contexts that were analyzed during the research, and we have.
There is a mistake in Molise region.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Oh, Molise doesn't.
Okay,
It doesn't exist.
also
Molise can move.
Also, in
from
the
one
paper
side
is
to
the
the other.
same.
No, this is flexible.
It's flexible.
This is an innovative result.
It's
We have the name from Molise.
Yes.
È vero, sì, si sposta.
Okay, and so through System Project, we had the chance to analyze different contexts, but with common challenges like the population, seasonal tourism, and also limited accessibility. So, by applying the methodological approach, we have collected data from for the short-term rentals from November 24 to January 25, and we have selected 30 listings in 8 or 12 municipalities, depending on the structure and also the different areas of the Seastore project. And also we have considered some listings that were located near Seastore good governance and practice areas that are sites that are interesting from a cultural or a leisure point of view. And also the database includes a lot of features related to the accommodation type, the location, the average price per guest, depending on high and low season, accessibility, so how you can get to the listing, to the destination, and also the ratings, considering the evaluation that guests gave to the Airbnb platform. Okay. The first important finding concerned the pricing behavior. We have seen that there are two different behaviors depending on the country. So Mediterranean countries have a different pricing strategy that is demand responsive. So we can see that there is a huge gap between the low and the high season. And then in the northern and eastern regions, there are we can see that the pricing is quite the same in the low and the high season. And so this highlight a more distributed demand from considering the tourism. This is an example of exploratory spatial data analysis that demonstrates also that the prices are not determined only by seasonality, but we can see that there is a partial correspondence between higher prices and areas with greater tourism, and also with the presence of good practices. So it is also highlighted that there is a different distribution that is maybe uneven, considering the different attraction in the territory. Then the last result demonstrate that there is an important seasonality, especially in Molise regions. We can see that there is an increase. This is correct. Okay. È l'altra, no? No. There is an increase of 55%, of almost 57%, sorry. That suggests that we have a strong seasonality and also a strong demand pressure during high peak season. Then we have the application of the systemic policies model canvas. So this is a session, a work affair session that we have organized during a workshop for the Seastore project, where partners and local stakeholders from the 6 regions discussed a lot of different scenarios that are hypotheses for future scenarios for the short-term rental sector. And this is particularly interesting because stakeholders have not just discussed the short-term rentals and short-term rentals market, but they discuss also about some strategies and some useful tools that can produce also innovation and can enhance the relationship between the different actors. This output is particularly interesting. We have called it Postcard from the Future. That is a prompt created by AI. And this is very interesting because it can be a useful tool to visualize some results of the workshop. But it is important to remember that it revealed a limitation, that is that AI can generate images, but without cultural identity or a specific territory. So it is important also to manage this contribution and to validate it with the local actors, and with partners. So to conclude, the research demonstrated that short-term rentals should not be considered as simply accommodation facilities. So they are strategic assets for sustainable rural tourism, and also they can create authentic experiences. So we have seen also that there are two different market behaviors depending almost from the location also of the countries. And then we can see that accessibility and territorial attractiveness influencing a lot the spatial distribution and the pattern of prices. And also it is important to integrate quantitative analysis and participatory design also to validate and to validate results and to create a more comprehensive understanding of rural dynamics and also to provide future policy implementations. For the limitation, it is evident that this is an exploratory sample. We have just 30 listings per country. So maybe in the future we can expand our database. And also for as a future development, we are considering to integrate socioeconomic indicators and also other kind of indicators related to the environment and also to mobility. And also, we are hoping that partners can bring this knowledge also to their country and apply these methodologies to develop their policy implementation for as a result of the SISU project. Okay. So this research demonstrated also that sustainable tourism required not only better data but also better governance. And so thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be here to answer your questions.
I have a curiosity. You mentioned it before, if I remember well, policy model canvas. It's like the business model canvas for the feasibility intervention, or
no? It is a bit different because we have created two kind of policy canvas. This is just one example of the two canvas that are created. And in particular, these model canvas were used to discuss with the stakeholders some strategic vision based on the first canvas, not this, was used to explain also the knowledge that we have acquired during the SISU project. So to explain the data collection that we have made during SISU. And then this canvas was used to create the scenarios. So far, really interesting. A little bit different.
Yeah. For
no,
that's maybe and not
no.
I have another curiosity. No, have you tried to compare the data about the short-term renting with the real estate values?
No,
rent values, market
selling,
values,
yes.
yes, selling and renting prices. To
no,
understand if there is any kind of correlation.
no, we have tried to collect data during Sistura, but it was very
Yes,
difficult.
it's a mess.
Yeah, but also because partners, yes, have a complete
Or wrong idea, or not, they are not aware about the real estate market of their own territory. We work with local government in some countries, in other not, but it's like a topic that they don't tackle at all. So it's funny in somehow, in another way is a big gap in their research and also in their planning policies, because they don't take in account the real estate market at all, for rentals. And the other thing that is really funny also in the map that you see before is one of the map that data are for inner areas are all on the language of the countries. So also portals for the real estate market in Hungary are in the language. I don't know, the English, yes, the local language. Also, data shades, social data are Finnish, French, and so it's the interoperability and the research, the cross exchange is really difficult.
We have also tried to explain how to build a database, how to collect data,
But I can imagine for Italy in this territory it's a mess because we can take OMI values, but they have what they have. And so we have always to refer to listing that in these areas maybe are not so relevant. No, but it was was interesting because then maybe the short-term rent value somehow is related to the selling price.
Because it's very interesting future development. I just want to remember this is a master.
Yes, I know. No.
And for us was challenging to go further the Interreg project.
Yes, we are mixing information from the thesis and from the project, but yes, we
see this presentation was just related to part the result of master degree, but behind the math. And,
Thank you.
And to show.
Okay, esatto.
So,
I changed my. I give the floor to Manuela Rebaudengo to present our research together with Alice Barreca and Diana Rolando, me and Manuela Rebaudengo. And it's titled,
You want to share? Maybe? No. You stop sharing screen.
No, ho solo chiuso. Entitled Convisioning Valsesia Towards an Implementable Territorial Roadmap for Agri-Food Short Supply Chain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Giorgia. I'm Manuela Rebaudengo, and I'm sharing with you today this research carried out with my colleagues Diana Rolando, Alice Barreca, and Giorgia Malavasi on a small inner areas in Italy called Valsesia. This research has developed within the Branding for Resilience project, but I will explain it better later. The main challenging topics we are dealing with in the last 6 years, maybe, are listed here in this slide. The territory is relevant because inner mountain areas are challenging with demographic decline, aging, limited services, and also built environment abandonment. But we don't have just to think about the vulnerability of the territory. We have to think about also the potential, as the name of our workshop. And we think that, for example, agri-food sector is in particular in inner areas, in Italian inner areas, it could be a trigger to the local enhancement. Agri-food is in rural areas characterized by small-scale production with landscape care and cultural identity and territorial vibrancy. And the last topic I listed here in this slide is related to a wide approach in last years that is place-based. This approach is required to define local policy for the development. So, I mean that the participatory process can generate rich but heterogeneous data or outputs that are really difficult to manage, to translate into operational intervention. So, the goal of our research is to combine collaborative co-visioning with AI-supported analysis to build an implementable territorial roadmap for a specific focus in the Valsesia inner area. We started in 2020 with the B4R project, and the first maybe 2 years we developed a wide knowledge on data, on territory, on some indicators that bring us to a wide and extensive territorial mapping. After the first phase, called exploration, we moved to a second phase called co-design, and the co means that we move from a phase that having collect a wide knowledge, we can use this knowledge to design with local stakeholders and local actors. Co-design involved our research for others, maybe 2 years, 1.5 years. And the suggestion were really place-based. So we move designing a place to stay, services for the population and for the new population, and also for young people living or coming back to the Valsesia. The last phase of the B4R project was the co-visioning that I'm presenting now to you. And the co-visioning was mainly divided into 2 sub-phases. The first one with the aim of define a territorial vision, and the second one with maybe a more operative goal to identify a roadmap development for the enhancement of the inner areas. In details, in the first co-visioning phase, we used both participatory processes and data analysis to define a territorial vision that can be shared with local stakeholders. Without the second phase, we think that the local development can be not so effective and operative in terms of identification of suggested actions. So our methodological approach for the co-visioning specific was from one side composed by a collaborative process involving local actors, involving students, involving the academia, and on the other side also analytical processes using as a support AI tools, in our case ChatGPT. Here in this slide I mentioned the summer school coordinated by Alice Barreca that involves how many? 20 students, more or less, 30 students. And trying to define a bridge from Italy to Virginia, sharing different kind of experiences from the United States to Italy. So after this, both analytical and collaborative process, we came to share our territorial vision that is listed here: Valsesia, land of short supply chain. Why Valsesia can be a land of short supply chain in the agri-food sector? Because, as I mentioned before, agri-food can be, in our opinion, the trigger for the announcement of this territory. The agri-food entrepreneurship has, in particular in Valsesia, but I mean in all the inner rural areas in Italy, and not only in Italy, structural challenges. For example, they are predominantly composed of micro and small family-run businesses. They are really small, and they have a multifunctional role in the local economy. At the same time, we can see the progressive decline of active farms, the lack of generational renewal, and also the increasing difficulty of managing dispersed and marginal agricultural land. So many different challenges from different aspects. Moving to the results, what can I say to you? We can start from the collaborative process. So using the SNI definition strategy process, we define strategic axis. So you can see in this slide, we can focus on governance, planning and rural development, forest infrastructure and energy systems. And the last one is, in my opinion, in our opinion, really important: youth entrepreneurship against the population. This is really, I mean, the most important trigger in this development strategies. So, as I mentioned, starting from the collaborative process, then we move to the other process, to use artificial intelligence as a support. So artificial intelligence didn't just help us to manage data, because in Italy, as many of you may know, are available many different kind of data. This knowledge is often wide, dispersed, not structured, and this is the main problem. So using AI, we analyzed the past funded project, funded mainly in the first SNI programming cycle. And from this point of view, with the support of ChatGPT in this case, we identified 5 development areas that lead to the goals of implementing a new strategy linked to the agri-food in Valsesia in their areas. This is the last result. I mean, maybe also the most interesting, because you can see from the strategic axis to the development areas until the suggested actions. Suggested actions that are founded in the past. So we can use this knowledge to share with local actors in the SNI definition process to identify which kind of action can be listed in a new strategy in Valsesia, to define really a local development in the agri-food sector. But our research has an important case studies in this summer school, because after defining the territorial vision and after defining the roadmap, we need to define the possible suggested action in terms of also economic feasibility. So with the group of students and local actors and local entrepreneurship, the summer school defined, this is the traditional business model canvas, define some place-based intervention to be more defined before the construction of the final local strategy. I will show you just two of these, just to show you how they are constructed. This is the first one. It's called Valpunt, and if I remember well, it's a communication hub, but it's not just a physical place, a physical intervention, because the aim of this concept is to rebuild bridges. So also the services component is really relevant. The other project designed during the summer school is Alpine Hub. Alpine Hub maybe has a more evident services component, because it's connecting hospitality providers, agri-food producer, with the aim of enhance the local sector, the local agri-food sector, and also to support the local revitalization. Trying to match those two concepts with the suggested action coming from the IE, we can see, and I mean this is interesting, that the two place-based projects are not just linked to a specific suggested action, but a more than one. So here it's important to define how deeping in the feasibility of a place-based project, I can solve different kind of needs just with a single intervention. Moving to the conclusion, and then I'm waiting for your question, obviously. Our methodology, our methodological approach can be defined as an evidence-based supported IE for the decision making. So we think that the territorial vision, Valsesia, land of short supply chain in the agri-food sector, can really be the trigger of the enhancement of the Valsesia. And it's important just those two last remarks. So from strategies to project, we can use the past information, past knowledge, past structured connected knowledge that needs to be place-based defined. And we think that this could be an approach that can be replicable also in other Italian inner areas, but maybe also in other rural fragile territories in Europe, because they are quite similar. Maybe with the project sister are emerging differences, but in mainly European countries, inner areas are common for challenges and for limitation. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. I have very practical, let's say, question. Among the actions, there is also, and throughout the presentation, there is the point, rise the point of young people, no? That can repopulate these places. And my question is, how do you plan to attract this kind of people? I remember that there is the results of an analysis of Italia that say that the young people is coming back in mountains and in areas and so on, but particularly in agriculture sector. And how are you planning to train this kind in agronomy, this kind of people? Because, for example, we are working in a project analysis project that is on soil desertification and so on in different areas all around Europe. And talking also with the ordinary agronomists, the association, the provincial association, they say that also their role in train young people and so on, it's really hard because they are missing this role during the last decades. So it's really a challenge to, on the one hand, to attract people on the passion probably and the environment and so on, and the opportunities, no? On the other hand, the competencies on, in our case, for example, on soil, no? Soil quality and on.
You are really right. I agree with you. It's a great question. Thank you. So you can see here, in the past were funded technical training and agri-food ITS. So that's why young people have to be re-attracted in those territories. When studying in the first maybe 2 years the Valsesia territory, we came in contact with some young people that are moving to Milano for study or moving to Turin or moving in other places. And they said, if we have funds or we have the possibility, we will come back to live in Valsesia, really. So I mean that maybe with a specific focus on funds dealing with GAL, it's possible to have also not so much money, but enough to have a specific training, not just on technical side, but also on managerial side, to manage how to participate an Interreg, how to participate to an European project that can be really a trigger for this area in this context. And it's strange, but if you look in the database, you will find agri-food ITS, but no one knows if ITS is now working or how many students are in now. So it's not so easy because the database listed the intervention funded, and we don't have, unfortunately, information on the feasibility, on the assessed over the time. So it's partial analysis on the past knowledge, but we think that it's important to use IE to manage this data.
I can add something because starting from the summer school, we work together with a professor from VCU, Virginia Tech in USA, And they have a project that me and Diana, we wrote with him a paper about it. It is a sort of comparison between a SNI strategy and main street strategy in Virginia. Because there are two different policies. In Italy, we start from services as basic services as the basic need for reattract people in the inner areas. There do a totally different things, and they base all the strategy on the capacity building. So they don't give money at all to people that wants to develop a small business in inner areas, but they give them all the tools and learning and teaching processes to become a manager, a small manager, and to be autonomous in getting funds. So it's like an opposite, quite opposite approach. And also we have positive and negative aspects in both cases, but the capacity building is something that we discover, is something that we totally miss. We are missing in our policy and strategies.
In APICU,
they develop better.
In the analysis of APICU, we found much more funded intervention on buildings, on something built, and not so funded project on what Alice said. So the capacity building is listed not so many times.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. But at the same time, what about the services for the people? I mean, if you are attracting young people, you are trying to attract new families, and new families need services. So
That's why the That's why the development areas are 5. When I think about the enhancement of a territory, I have to think to the community services, to the infrastructure and mobility, moving from one to the other one, balancing it. But maybe skills and employment, from our point of view, is the most challenging, but also the most effective for the real enhancement of this territory. You're welcome.
The real debate is comparing our results with the kind of strategy developed in different states. Yeah, but maybe we can talk about this during the coffee break.
We can.
And also related with the topic of other presentations of the tourism issues and the tourism challenges, opposite to other place-based, but more focusing on.
It's also funny that all the research started with B4R project that was mainly focused on tourism in the other 3 inner areas in Italy. And we started with the same methodological approach, coming at the end and saying agri-food and not tourism. That's
is like a one size fits all. I mean, okay, you're in an area tourist.
That's it.
That's it.
And in fact, we will introduce Sara Demenek as a presenter of the next paper that is done with Asia Ulizio, Silvia Barbero, and me, and is again research titled Experiential Tourism Strategies in Rural Areas, Systemic and Data-Driven Framework. Is again a research coming from master degree thesis, the thesis of Sara. Also again, also in this case, in the framework of the school project. So I give you the stage. Thank you.
I'm Sara Demenek, and I developed this research as part of my master thesis with Alice Barreca, Asia Ulizio, and Silvia Barbero. And so why are we talking about experiential tourism in rural areas? Because tourism is currently going under an important transformation because over the last decades we have seen a gradual shift from mass tourism to a more experiential form of tourism, where visitors are no longer looking for only places to see, but also for experience that allows them to actively engage with local communities, traditions, and nature landscapes. And this evolution is particularly relevant for rural areas. And we referred in this research rural areas as territories that are characterized by natural landscapes, local culture, and strong community networks. And these places are increasingly appreciated by tourists precisely because they offer this authenticity, this connection with the territory, and a direct contact with local people. And this represents also an important competitive advantage compared to more conventional destinations. Despite this potential, many rural areas also face several interconnected challenges from a territorial perspective. Issues such as depopulation, fragmented governance, and limited infrastructure often reduce their capacity to develop competitive tourism strategies. At the same time, tourism itself creates additional challenges, like visitor flows remain concentrated in a limited number of destinations, while many valuable rural experiences remain under-promoted and difficult to discover. So these challenges also reveal an important gap, starting also from the existing literature. Although experiential tourism has been widely discussed over the past years, it is still frequently analyzed as a collection of individual products or activities, much less as a part of a broader territorial system where experiences interact with local resources, stakeholder infrastructure, and government. A second limitation concerns the use of digital information, because today destinations are increasingly promoted through digital platform, but this generates an enormous amount of structured and unstructured data, but often is poorly organized, scattered across different platforms, and described using inconsistent information. As a result, this valuable data rarely transform into a coherent knowledge base. And to better understand this limitation, we also carried a target literature review. And what clearly emerged was that systemic approach remain extremely limited, while there are some studies that refers to holistic or integrated tourism development. So, starting from all these challenges and gaps, the main objective of our research was to develop an integrated analytical framework capable of supporting the strategic design of experiential tourism in rural areas, combining three complementary perspectives. A systemic perspective to understand tourism as a part of a wider territorial ecosystem, a data-driven perspective using digital tourism platform, as a valuable source of information, and finally, an evaluative perspective aimed at translating all the evidence into a strategic recommendation that can support public authorities and destination managers. So the frame as the first research was developed within SISTER, so I will skip this part, but we analyzed 6 European regions, and but today I will focus on the application of one specific case study, that is the Ibai region in Spain, in the Basque Country. So we developed a methodological workflow for this research. The first phase focused on building the theoretical foundation of the research. So we combined the literature review with the SISTER complexity maps. Yeah, then from theory we switched to data. So the objective was to transform information on digital platform into a structural knowledge base that could be also analyzed systemically. And then after the digital analysis was complete, we moved to the field research with both quantitative and qualitative findings that were enriched with interviews, direct observation, and systemic mapping. And finally, the evidence were integrated into a systemic evaluation. So after the literature review analysis, we started by analyzing, as I said, both international and local tuning platforms. On one side, we have TripAdvisor, that was selected as an international benchmark because it's wide visibility and user-generated content. And on the other, we analyzed DMO's tourism platform and websites used by all the 60 regions. And combining these two perspectives allowed us to compare how experiential tourism is represented and how destination communicated their own tourism offer. So from this platform, we selected 15 experiences for each of the 6 regions, creating a dataset of 90 experiential initiatives. Each experience were also coded according to a set of variables that are organized into 3 main categories, such as the anographic of the subject promoting the experience itself, and the variables for evaluating each experience. Okay, so from this data set, as I said before, we focus on the case study of Ibai, that is a rural region located in the north of Spain. And this territory was chosen for several reasons. First, it already shows a strong commitment to sustainable territorial development and collaborative governance. Second, it has a rich cultural identity and significant natural resources that are highly consistent with the principle of experiential tourism. And finally, the local development agency, the Ibai Fundación, provided us the opportunity to conduct this fieldwork directly within the territory. So starting from the dataset, we produce a series of spatial visualization to better understand how these experiences are distributed across the territory. And also mapping the experiences make it possible to identify concentration gaps and relationships that would have been much more difficult to observe through tables or lists alone. So the experiences were analyzed and categorized into thematic focus, platform, viability throughout the year, the scale of influence, if the promoting subject was private or public, and if there is a necessity for a ticket. So looking at these variables together allows us to understand the overall structure of the tourism offer, and this is particularly useful for identifying complementarities, missing service, and opportunities for future development. We see that the two that are not colored are the focus where there is less experience, for example, in food and wine tasting and festival events. After that, we also identify several good practices. Here we have the three best ones that are in different themes, for example, nature, food and wine tasting, and sport. And we aggregated all the collected information into a thematic evaluation. And the one important finding concerns the relationship between tourism experiences and local development, and also that many of the analyzed initiatives involve also local businesses and contribute to the strengthening of the local economy. At the same time, we also can see that several areas required further attention, in particular accessibility, digital communication, support for initiative led by young people and women, and this still presents important opportunities for improvement. To deepen these findings, we conducted, as I said, fieldwork in the Leartvai region with stakeholder interviews, on-site observation, and systemic mapping activities. And the goal was to triangulate data with local perspective and to better understand the real functioning of the tourism system. So we engage with both private and public stakeholders, including tourist offices, local authorities, hospitality operators, and the regional agency. And this allows to capture different perspectives on the opportunities and challenges within the territory. From the fieldwork, several key characteristics of the region emerge. This includes strong cultural identity, high local quality gastronomy, a balanced natural environment, and a strong sense of authenticity, which are all central elements of the experiential tourism. These findings also are consistent with the existing data that the Foundation provides us, which shows that 78% of the tourists are motivated by nature-based activities and outdoor experiences, with also a higher returning rate in the area. So tourists keep returning in the same area. it was a different title, but the collected data was also reorganized into a systemic mind map to better visualize all the relationships between actors, resources, and tourism activities. And then we interpreted also through the 4 pillars of sustainability, social, economic, environmental, and cultural. For example, we have a particular focus on outdoor tourism and initiatives that to leverage the potential of walking road. And focusing on this walking path, we have several paths within a very small area that are key components of experiential tourism. And these routes historically use a connection between inland and coastal areas, and today are re-emerging. So we focus particularly also as a request from the foundation on the Elea path that is part of the fish and wine route that connect also for this historical part. The analysis shows a clear dual condition because on one side there is a lack of coordinated strategy among municipalities and limited infrastructure along the route. While on the other side there is a strong untapped potential related to the storytelling linked to the industrial heritage of the Lea River and local identity and slow tourism development. These findings were also validated through an on-site observation that highlighted both the richness of the landscape and the presence of critical infrastructure gaps, such as limited maintenance and unclear signage along the route. Based on this integration of digital data, field research, and systemic analysis, we developed also a set of strategic recommendations. These are not isolated intervention, but interconnected action and aim at improving both the visitor experience and the territorial territory. The first sector of action focuses on communication and community engagement. This includes promoting tourism as a shared opportunity through the coordinated communication strategies, participatory workshop, and educational activities. And the goal is to strengthen the local awareness and foster a more collaborative approach to tourism development. The second one aims at balancing tourism flows through low-impact events and improve digital integration. This includes, for example, promoting thematic activities with local tradition and improving visibility on digital platform and introducing tools that strengthen the sense of belonging for visitors, such as symbolic or digital credential linked to the walking path. The third sector of action focus on infrastructure and data-driven management. This involves identifying strategic nodes along the routes, improving services and accessibility, and potentially integrating data collection tools to better understand visitor flows and usage patterns. And this intervention aims to support both planning and long-term territorial management. So to conclude, the proposed framework shows how experiential tourism, when analyzed through a systemic and data-driven approach, can become a strategic tool for rural development, rather than focusing on its isolated tourism product. It enables a shift toward integrated territorial strategies. And the main contribution of the work lies in providing an integrated framework that combines literature, digital platform data, field research, and systemic thinking that allows public authorities and destination managers to better understand tourism systems and translate complex information into actionable strategies. And for the perspectives, we'll focus on extending the framework to cross-regional comparison, integrating economic impact evaluation, and exploring synergies between working tourism and other sectors such as agriculture, cultural heritage, wellness, and thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry I arrived a little bit late, so apologies if I say something which is not in line with your presentation. You said that you made some interview with the stakeholders, and at the same time you collected data from different sources. So exactly what I'm wondering. I would like to know your opinion. So which type of sources was more useful in this type of specific research about rural areas? Do you think that there is a difference between the two different sources, and which one in this case was more important for you for your elaboration?
I think that the most important and the most enriching was the data I had from the interviews, because all the people that I spoke with has a strong opinion on how they would like to manage tourism and strategies in the area. So I think that there is a different sense that I couldn't have from that research. Because yeah, also the people that I spoke with were very passionate and proud about their territory in the first place, and also very proud of explaining to tourists and to other people and to share their territory with others.
I see the position. My question was a little bit provocative because it's many years that I'm also doing workshop with the actors and interview and so on. So I know what you are talking about. But now I'm wondering if we are not too much biased by these people, because they are always presented the territorial best in the world. You are in the Lost Valley in Biella and you try to say investing. So I'm wondering, but it's a real question, if sometimes it's not better to use this data that we now have, so many sources that are more in somehow neutral, which is something related also to the presentation of this morning, but it's just a suggestion, because I'm doing exactly the same. I'm listening to the people and to the owners and to the countries, they are always presenting with a lot of proudness. Sometimes I feel that they are manipulating us.
Yeah,
Just a suggestion.
but in fact, I want to add something about this. Maybe there is someone online.
There's someone else.
Because of course we start with the data research, and we collect a lot of what we found about experienced tourism online. So is like a measure on how that territory can expose for real themselves for the foreign tourists, how it's present, how much is present on social media, how much is present online. So how much it is really foundable by foreign people. And it's totally, there is a big gap between these. There is, for example, a big barrier is the language. They speak Basque, not Spanish, not English. In many cases, their website is Basque. And what they say is, so what they say is, of course, they are proud, they promote very well their countries, but then you say, okay, but no one can find you online. So yes, I think that your research is a big, the emerge that two things says two different narratives. Yeah, narratives. So you have to use yes, a little bit together.
Yeah, what would be interesting connecting to this point would be to analyze, for instance, I read some papers about what is called Twitter sentiment.
Okay.
Now the problem is that maybe in these territories there are no many kind of posts, but also it can be done with Facebook or something like this. That could be interesting because they are not speaking to you while you ask what do you think about your territory, but they maybe are complaining because the sewage system was broken. And so maybe you can see another perspective. It is not the one, oh, here everything is beautiful and we are all happy. And maybe this is interesting. And it's not easy to collect this data, but I think it can be a possible path.
Okay, so thank you. Okay.
No, non c'è nessuno, era finito. Okay. So the next presentation deals with vulnerability, and this is a central topic for the IAP community, also for us that we are the organizer of this session. And this presentation examines the vulnerability through the lens of transport system and territorial inequalities. So welcome Francesco Bruzzone with the intervention titled "The Transport Disruption Vulnerability in Europe, Who is Worse Off?" And maybe you can present your purpose.
Okay, thank you, Olga. So I am presenting this research, which we conducted also within a European funded project called SCUDO. It's like a comprehensive resilience, blah, blah. It's not that important. Together with colleagues from the Technical University of Munich. Actually, my presentation will try to put together two different researches. One is based on statistical, EU-wide statistical analysis and aimed at looking at which parts of Europe, basically, which areas, inner areas, or maybe not necessarily inner areas, as we will see soon, are more exposed to transport vulnerability and to socioeconomic vulnerability more in general. And then the second part of the research is actually something that we have developed previously that dealt with inner areas in Friuli Venezia Giulia. And so after finishing the two, we realized they actually had something common to them. And so I tried to put them together in this presentation. So of course we know that transportation shapes the quality of life overall, the possibility to participate in the social, economic, and civic life. So having access to safe, reliable, and affordable transport options, which are mostly alternatives to private motorized transportation, is crucial. And we also know that vulnerability to transport disruptions specifically, but to how the transport systems are shaped, is also not very even across the EU or across any area. So our first goal here was to find some metrics to try to assess how and what impacts transport vulnerability. The project looks at disruption specifically. We started from the reaction to disruptions, but then we extended the framework. Just a quick words about what we mean here in this context by transport disadvantage, vulnerability, and resilience. So transport disadvantage has to do with several conditions. So it's the exposure to disruptions or malfunctionings. It's also the sensitivity to the impact of that disruption. So if there is a train failure, not everyone is impacted the same way based on why we're on that train. If you're the driver, or if you're a passenger, if you're going to work, or if you're going to beach, it obviously makes a difference. If you are a normal user of that service, or if it's a random thing. And also the capacities to anticipate, absorb, adapt, and recover. Like if you're waiting at the next station where the train is actually not going to come today, if you have access to realistic alternatives, or if that alternative, let's say you have to pay for a taxi, for some of us, it's no problem at all. In other situations, it can be a huge issue, right? And then by the vulnerability, we mostly intend the pre-existing condition of exposure and sensitivity. So it's something which is, let's say, well-grounded and based on socioeconomic, morphological, urban attributes. While resilience, we intend it as a more dynamic concept, which has to do with the reaction to a specific issue, let's say. It's a huge simplification, but we need to build a framework at one point. So the first step was to analyze literature and EU reports about these concepts. And we understood that vulnerability and resilience must be mostly looked from the social perspective as well as from the technical one. Technical is more about how quick they are able to fix the tracks for the train to run again, whereas there is obviously a big social question. Also, no surprise, but peripheral areas are exponentially affected. So we wanted to try to measure that both at the EU and at a small level. And so we realized we wanted to keep together equity, mobility, justice, resilience, and link this to transport disruptions, which was the hard part. In terms of methods and data that we used, for the first part, we tried to develop EU-wide indicators, which use the COVID-19 pandemic as a benchmark. So all of the metrics try to see if the condition is better or worse than before and during COVID. And then we use cell phone big data for the regional Friuli-Venezia Giulia case. So the main goal is to identify where vulnerability hotspots are located and how they manifest across different geographical and analytical scales. So in terms of the EU level vulnerability assessment, we developed 3 indicators able to assess 3 different dimensions. First is the capacity of a country to maintain the, let's say, the level of economic activity, and we measure this, we call this workforce adaptability, and we measure this by the percentage of the population who never works from home. So those that have to go to work no matter what. Then we look at transport affordability and choice. And we measure this by looking at the percentage of people that cannot afford a car, which is a EU Eurostat measure, mixed with the enforced lack of a car, which is the people that in theory can also afford a car, but they, for some reason, they don't have one. And then we look at resilience simply by looking at the modal share of public transport and also the quantity of public transport which is provided again before and after COVID. For the Friuli-Venezia Giulia case, well, first here is an overview of where Friuli-Venezia Giulia is, which I think most of us are aware. Yes, it has not moved, unlike movies. Where inner areas are located in Friuli-Venezia Giulia from the national strategies NIE, so nothing particularly new here. And then we had access to this quite interesting database of 86 million trips across the region, recorded by cell ID signals by Wild3, which has approximately 30% market share in Friuli. So this type of data, I think it's good to mention. It doesn't require the user to actually interact with the phone. It just requires the phone to be switched on, and it collects every 30 seconds. It collects not the exact position, but the cell ID to which the phone is connected, and by that way, we could track people. And we organized all trips in 5 clusters based on if people were returning to the same cell at night. Those we said they are commuters, either short distance based on the trip length, it's not very important, or long distance. If the day and night, so the first and the last recording of the day were in different places, we call these people travelers. With most likely they were sleeping in a different location at time, so either visiting someone or going back home from somewhere else. And then we also included the travelers which exited or entered the region from other regions, so from Veneto or Austria or Slovenia. This was important because we wanted to measure the dispersion of mobility by gender and by type of user. So we used an entropy, a Shannon entropy index. The Shannon entropy, simplifying, assigns, let's say, a proportion, can measure the dispersion of trips, mostly based on origin, destination, and the amount of destinations which are visited by potentially a single user, in this case, a cluster of users. It's actually a quite simple methodology, but can provide with interesting results, which we will see later, because before we see the EU-wide results. So I will start with some interesting elements and then jump to our metrics. So here we can see a graph of urban versus rural social deprivation in the EU. This is produced by Eurostat, so it's not it's just a graphical elaboration, but the data is from Eurostat. And so we can see that in the last years, the urban deprivation has at the EU level has passed rural deprivation. So probably we have more and more, let's say, inner areas within our metropolis, within our urban centers. But in general, there are some countries in mostly South and Eastern Europe where deprivation is highly rural, whereas in many Western European countries, not in Italy actually, because we're more South than West, the urban deprivation is predominant, which is an interesting point to see. In terms of workforce adaptability, so how many people can never work from home, we have mostly northern countries, Norway, the Netherlands, Ireland are the best performing, where during COVID, we had this, let's say, increase of 20 to 35% of workers who were able to work from home compared to before. In contrast, in the South, and here we can see it, although I know it's very small. So the countries are ordered by who can work from home the most to who can work from home the least. And we can see that in many of the, let's say, countries to the right, there was a significant decrease between COVID and now of the amount of people that are allowed to do teleworking. In Poland, there are now less people teleworking than before COVID, basically, which is interesting. Also, this graph shows the amount of public transport which is provided, pretty much simplifying. And again, here we can see that in most countries, the supply of public transport is lower than before COVID. So all countries from Italy, or actually from Luxembourg to the right side, have seen a quite a big decrease in the amount of public transport. And now we come to some of our elaborations. This graph links car affordability and workforce adaptability, so being able to work from home. And we can see the red vulnerability hotspot, which includes countries such as Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Latvia, and Lithuania. These countries are where most of the people that cannot afford a car but can also not work from home are located. And then there is this car-dependent quadrant, which is the orange one, where the number of people who cannot afford a car is not that high, but the number of people which never work from home is very high. This includes Italy. And we need to be careful because we could think, yeah, it's fine, they can just drive. But sometimes this hides the forced car ownership, so the necessity to actually own and pay for a car, which can be a big burden and which increases vulnerability. We are now in the middle of geopolitical situations where the fuel price is has some weird movements and so on. And if there is no alternative to driving, this can obviously generate a lot of issues. And then there is Denmark, which is in a in a condition of its own, where there are quite a lot of people that cannot afford a car, but also a lot of flexibility in terms of working arrangements and a lot of alternatives to cars also. And then there is a resilient quadrant. So until now, we saw some EU-level indicators to see where vulnerabilities are located and to see how the different countries, and mostly Italy, because our case is from Italy, is located. So we have this condition where most people still need to move, but most people still also need to have a car. Now we shift to the regional focus, where we try to measure the dispersion and how many people move to where, to how many destinations, let's say, and we, as said before, we cluster this by user types. So just remember, T is for traveler, so people that do not go back home, whereas C is for commuters. So here we can see the higher the entropy level, the more dispersion there is, so the more movement there is. And we can see that the short distance travelers have the highest variability in destination choices. So this means these are the people that visit most destinations, whereas long distance commuters are those which predictably have less variability, meaning that probably if you have to travel a long distance to get to work every day, you only go there and back. You don't really make any additional stops because probably it's already exhausting enough. And here, so we show, okay, so I didn't have much time, but I chose to show this result, which is divided by gender. So orange is males and blue is female travelers, and by cluster. So we have commuters in the first two columns, travelers in the second two, and then those coming from or to other regions in the last one. Well, we can immediately see that men travel more, that pretty much all groups peak in the summertime, except for the long distance travelers. But this is probably because it's holiday related. We have some ideas. We don't have an explanation to all, but and also interesting, we can see that for some profiles, women travel more than men only in the winter months, so December and January, which is hard to explain from our side. Someone suggested at another conference that men go on vacation to like Seychelles in the winter. So, okay, how do I need to conclude. So how do the two studies come together? So first of all, we use cell phone big data to demonstrate that the structural patterns of inner areas being more exposed to transport vulnerabilities, of also women being more exposed to transport vulnerabilities that are observed throughout the EU are also valid in Friuli Venezia Giulia. And also that I didn't put it here, but if we look, if instead of having female and males, we have inner and non-inner areas, the results are pretty much the same. So trips from non-inner areas are more dispersed, they're more frequent. So people from the inner areas travel less, and they travel to less destinations, which is an important result. So yeah, the gap widens for women and widens in winter in terms of how many destinations, which is also interesting because winter, okay, it's cold and probably leisure-related activities are reduced, but there are schools, of course, there is work. So there is a lot of potential for further elaborations of this data to see what happens. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
We have a few delay, not a lot, so one or two questions, I think that we can.
I have a simple but broad question. Thank you for this research. I find it very interesting. Maybe later we can discuss more about it. What do you think are the policy implications of this study that I'm imaging somehow also preliminary and then research to be different? But if you think about the policy implications.
You mean at the regional or at the big scale level?
At the regional.
Okay, well, it depends what the goals are, but overall, also thinking about the specific case of Friuli Venezia Giulia, which has similarities with Piemonte in some of its ways. First thing is that we need alternatives to private cars. So we need to provide everyone, but particularly women, as the results suggest, with alternatives that allow them to perform, because there is an issue here, which also is a bit of a, let's say, a philosophical issue, that because the Shannon entropy measures the amount of mobility. So the issue is, do we actually want more mobility for everyone, or should we try to provide more services and, I don't know, within the same village, so the cell phone doesn't change cell location, but people are still have access to opportunities. Okay, imagining that we can't reshape, let's say, top down all of the services and work opportunities, I think that the first thing is to provide alternatives to private cars, mostly buses and trains, which are terribly lacking in Friuli Venezia Giulia, just like in Valsesia and surrounding areas. And that should possibly help to at least reduce the gap between inner and non-inner areas and between women and men. And then many more things can be done from that.
Yeah, and along this, do you think that it's feasible to increment in some way the public transport in areas? For example, I don't know, the Veneto region is characterized by sprawl, a lot of sprawl. So it is not economically efficient to do this. Friuli Venezia Giulia depends because nearby Veneto, Pordenone, and so on, it's sprawl also in this case, Chile. And then you have a different geographic conformation of the territory. So I don't know if one size fits all, also in this case, win, or if it's a kind of balance now between offering services and another type of mobility, but in those places that it is economically feasible, because it's, I don't know, what do you think about it? Because Friuli Venezia Giulia is not my region, so.
No, not even mine.
Okay.
I'm from
No, I mean,
Venice.
I never studied.
No, thank you. It's interesting. Well, okay, there are potential innovative options, flexible transport, blah, blah. There are also possibilities to better integrate existing solutions like carpoolings and stuff. But I have one thing to say before, which is that Italy in general, including northern regions, which are normally have the lowest public transport provision basically of the whole of Europe, except for Greece, Cyprus, and very little others. And this should be like, we should probably ask ourselves if our level for sustainable transport, I mean, it's never going to be profitable, obviously, it's public transport.
It's not a matter of profitable, it's a matter of where I will put the stop. Because if you have the territory with a house here, 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 you have to use your car to go to the stop, and then you can get a kind of multimodal transport. Or
decentralized.
yeah, it's everything.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's true. It's complex. The public transport provision in rural areas is a big issue. But still, like in the mountains of Friuli, Venezia Giulia, in most places, you could put a stop by every single house. And like in 99% of the cases, the stop will be skipped. I think it's very different from sprawl areas like in Pordenone or the Veneto, the central Veneto area, where you have like a big issue of structuring a system, you know, with overlapping, I mean, with some trunk corridors and then side services. Here, it's more about the bus actually existing or existing more than once a day, let's say.
Yes, but I don't know if Isabella wants.
Because I have an interpretation about the women traveling in winter.
Okay, thank you.
I think that is related to the fact that they are bringing the kids to skiing activities. So because the man is working and they have to manage the kids. So I think it's something societal that you should reflect on. Is again a difference in the organization of the family and the duties.
Okay, thank you. We will look into that. We will look if the destinations are possibly ski or mountain resort.
Another interpretation.
Okay.
Yes, I have another comment, because here you are looking at the vulnerability of the community. Or, yes, because I was thinking about, I don't know, the bus. Maybe it's not the solution, because it's relying on the same kind of infrastructure that is used by the car. So, okay, it can be a solution to address those people who cannot afford the car, but it's not creating a real new alternative, because if we think about what happened in Molise, if a bridge crashes, I cannot move by car and I cannot move by bus. And here comes back her question, is it really sustainable if we have to create a really alternative transport system that maybe should be a railway system that is very has a high cost? So I think that here the answer is a cost-benefit analysis, and so we are always fundamental. And we can close, right? No, it's true. We still see the cost and the benefit of placing the new services or making new infrastructure.
So, thank you. And do we? No, okay, we don't have the last intervention because speakers, the authors have no problem. So thank you, everyone.
We want also to invite Diana Rolando and Emanuela Rebaudengo here for the conclusion. I don't know if you want to say something, but
The next
the workshop is
not
finished
of this session.
this year was split, but you're the chair in 3 different sessions. So, but maybe after the coffee break, we will have the 2 contributions more
In the same room.
I don't know. We don't know. We will this year. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Non è anche quella sensazione di
Ti ho fatto un sacco di cose. Io invece ti chiedo una roba, ma i dati sull'età no.
Noi ci chiudiamo,
bello
ci chiudiamo organizzando.
No.
Mai. Perché quella è un'altra cosa interessante.
Stiamo già organizzando per fare una no, poi per il Friuli, tutto con e Molise. Adesso nell'altra e non provato quando vediamo
È dato un attimino vacante.
no, ma è stato proprio puntare 2 metri, almeno guarda, il caso poi non si entra più in parlo, quindi che stai, no, volevo
L'audio?
Siamo con l'audio.
legato alla questione tettonica non ha raccontato prima che ha fatto le presentazioni, ha fatto il suo studio e si è guardato avvicinare il modello. Chi ha fatto la modellazione l'ha fatta sulla base delle lavorate, quindi l'ha fatta a livello di architettonico e strutturale. Invece altri credo che sia andato l'intero pacchetto, progettazione e modellazione. Questo credo, ma devo dirti non lasciami verificare perché non vorrei tutti i mezzi. In ogni caso ho pianificato una call domani.
Hello, can you hear me?
Intanto loro sono consapevoli di questa situazione, credo abbiano contezza del tempo che serve per mettere a questo modello e qua.
Hello, maybe it's time to start. I can't hear you. Yes.
Hello?
Hello, I can't hear you.
Hello.
It's time to start.
Hello. Good morning. Okay, maybe it's time to start. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. If we are ready, we can start. We are Clara Stella Vicaria Versa from Mediterranean University of Reggio Calabria and Celestina
Fazia from Università Core of Vienna.
This is the session of Silk Road, and we have 5 contributions in this session. We can start with the first one if they are ready, and we have 10 minutes for each contribution. The first
presentation, as the title of the first presentation is Reinforcing Local Safety Ecosystems, Integrating the Signal for Help, Detention in Urban and Inner Territories by Federico Buccellati, Sara Azimi, Corrado De Sio, Lucas Serpone. And Federico Buccellato, can you start?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. And all this group is from Turin, from Polytechnic of Turin, from Italy. Thank you.
Yes.
You can start.
I'm sharing my screen. Let's see if you can see it. Okay. Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, I will start. Hello, everyone. I'm Federico Buccellato from Politecnico di Torino. And today I will talk to you about our job titled, like they said, Reinforcing Local Safety Ecosystem and Integrating the Signal for Help Detection in Urban and Inner Territories. Now, I would like to start my presentation with a very critical information, that is 1 in 3 women in their lifetime have been subjected to either physical or sexual violence. Now, this is a very critical data. And during the pandemic situation that we lived in COVID-19, there was a situation that was called a shadow pandemic. During this period, there was an increase of domestic violence given by the lockdown. In fact, the victims were trapped inside the same houses of their aggressors. For that reason, there was more difficulty in seeking for help. And also for that reason, and to solve this kind of problem, the Canadian Women Foundation created a very simple but powerful gesture that probably a lot of you already know, that is the signal for help. It's a very simple gesture, that is put the palm with the thumb in the palm and close the finger in a repeated way. And with this simple gesture, it is possible to ask help to everybody that is surround you in a very fast, in a very discreet way, in order to not let you discovered by the potential aggressor. Now, the main problem of this is the interpretation of the signal. In fact, if the signal is interpreted in a correct way, like in November 2023, it's a very strong, powerful tool and instrument, because in this case, a 19 years old was saved by a waiter that recognized the signal. But in the opposite way, for example, in Rome in 2023, a woman was murdered by her ex-partner because no one understood what is the meaning of the signal. And so for that reason, she was murdered because no one could help her. So for solving this problem, we did in our previous job, we did something like this, that is an automatic way using an AI model to detect from the security camera if there is the presence in the crowd of the signal for help. Is made into bigger part. The first one is the AI model, so is this in the part in the left of the slide. As you can see, there is an end tracking model that track inside of the frame the ends of the people in the security camera, and these ends are inside an AI model that can understand if it is the presence or not of the signal for help. Once it's detected, the gesture and a video is sent to a mobile application that we developed and can be installed on the phone of the security agent. So the security agent can have this application and will receive a message, a notification with the position and the video of the ask for help. the problem of this, our first job, is not that this is not working, but that we test in a safety environment. For that reason, we try to move beyond the gesture recognition performance, and we try to see how this system can be territory and your ecosystem. For doing that, we define some territorial analysis metrics in order to compare where and in what way it is possible to deploy this kind of situation, this kind of system in urban and urban territories, in order to be possible to have this kind of security and this kind of also safety methods in a different kind of municipality or city. For doing that, we use this kind of metrics that are the one that are interested by the system way, of course, that is the connectivity, the infrastructure, the organizational structure, the emergency service, surveillance density, and of course the social and regulatory context. In this image, in this slide, you can see that there is a city and a tree that it should be clear this kind of factor for cities, urban areas, and inner areas. Now, I would like not to generalize. I know that there are maybe inner areas that have low or higher services than the one that I'm showing in this slide, and also urban areas that maybe have very bad connectivity or computer infrastructure. This is only metrics that we use like a parameter for understanding how it is possible to put our system in different territories. When we talk about urban areas, we talked about a stable connectivity, a lot of people that work in the security, and also some infrastructure for putting the system. Of course, in a urban context, there are more people and there is more data to process in order to understand if in all the crowds, in all the places, there is the presence of the signal for help or not. For that reason, we proposed a centralized algorithm that is put inside of an infrastructure server, and all the camera put the data of the ends and the people in this centralized point. And a possible operational scenario is like this one. So there is a lot of stream of the camera that go in a point, and the system in a central point can check if there is someone that needs help without somewhat maybe that's operator that continue check. In this way, in this server, it is possible to have this analysis that continues checking if someone needs help, and in case he detects something, he sends the signal to the operation, to the application, and the operator should, or the security operator should verify if it is or if it is true or not. Now, when we talk about in areas, it is more complex, of course, the situation, because the connectivity usually is very low. There is limited resources, both also infrastructure, and for that reason, our challenges become very more complex to put this kind of system in places where there are no infrastructure where to put. For that reason, we try to develop the system on some little board and some little agency device that can be put inside of a security camera. In this way, there is no need of infrastructure in this kind of municipality, and everything is computed on the site inside of the municipality. Of course, in this case, it works like ever. We put everything inside the security camera, so without connection, and we send only the data that are really important. So we can send the data not only all the video, like in the more efficient way, but only for urban. But because of the variable connectivity, we can send only the more important data. So when the detection is 100% true or very, very probable, we send this data to the mobile application that will work in this way. Yes. So there are more camera that in this case doesn't work like a single head, but work like a distributed minds that each of them can have a different kind of detection and can work in a distributed way. And they are not needed to be connected every time, but also if it is connected in a continuous way, they can collect the data. And when there is the connectivity, they can send the data and the alert for asking for help. Now, in all this kind of data, there are starting to see there is a very big problem. That is the privacy, the governance, and the territorial acceptance. In fact, we are working with data, with face of people, and maybe people are not like that, or maybe there are some laws that are against the collection of or imagination of this kind of data. For that reason, we in our system put three kind of options. We have for obfuscation phases or not. In one case, there is no obfuscation. The data are clear, and you can see the faces of everyone in the picture. In the dynamic one, no one operator can see the face of the people inside of the camera, but it is possible only for a very few people in case of some trial, some legal procedure. So in this case, it is possible to accede to the clear data of the faces. Or in the more strict legal situation, there is also the irreversible obfuscation, that we put the obfuscation at the beginning of the security camera. That is not possible to have the clear situation, clear image or video. This is an example of what we mean with obfuscation. So all the faces of the people are obfuscated. In this case, the white jacket is the one that is performing the signal for help. And if depend of the legal structure of the place where you want to put the system, it is very important to understand if it is possible or not have the clear faces or not. Of course, if the face is clear, it's also more easier for the operator to go there and help people, but it depends, of course, of the territorial acceptance. Overall, we had this result. We simulated the different parameter of urban and inner territories, and we find out that more or less for the urban, we need 2.9 seconds from the start, from the signal that has been done and the application that received the signal. In the inner areas where the connection is less stable, we need more or less the double of the time, but is achievable. 5 seconds is a time that is can be considered real time in this kind of application. Of course, we like to put the obfuscation method. The time it would be higher, because there is also the part of computation that is related to the obfuscation. All these situation can be monitored. We can have more false positive rate. That is the possibility. The false positive rate is the number of times. Okay, sorry. Okay, is the number of times. Sorry, I hear voice. I should stop. Okay, sorry. The false positive rate is the number of times that the system had some mistake. For that, so the security must check the video also, maybe if there is no need of help. So every time a person needs to do this operation, he loses more or less 20 or 25 seconds for check if there is a real need for help or not. For that reason, all these there is a possible to change the security of find a signal for help request, and they should be calibrated based on the number of people that can check. So if a territory has more personnel related to the security, it is possible to have a more easy check and also have a higher probability to find a person that is in need for help. In conclusion, with this work, we are trying to bridge the gap between the recognition and the intervention, and we are trying to do this by not only see at the technical level, but also to try to understand what are the constraints and the resources of the different places where the system can be deployed. Of course, we know that all the territory are very different.
Grazie per il tuo intervento. Ci sono cose e poi presento il secondo.
In the future work, we would like also to test in the first place. This is like an estimation based on the possibility of data of usually what kind of information we know about this kind of territories. But the next step that we would like to do is to put our camera in real the inner and urban territories and see the real performances and see, of course, how these affect the society and how this can be, if it is accepted or not. So this is our future work. And thank you for the attention. If you have any question, I'm here.
Thank you, Federico Buccellato, for your contribution. Do you have any question? No? The next
yes, and so thank you to Federico Buccellato, Sara Zimi, Corrado De Sio, and Luca Sterpone. If there are no questions, you can do it to you can go to the next presentation. Next presentation from Politecnico di Milano, also from Italy. And the title is Territorial Inequalities in Real Estate Markets Through Resilience, Evidence from the Forlì-Cesena province in Italy. Yes, I can see Alessia Crisopulli, and the other people that work with you are Marco Rossitti and Francesca Torrieri.
Vuoi dirlo che stiamo provando a parlare dall'aula?
Marco, io ti sento però, mi senti?
Adesso ti senti?
Sì, scusate.
No, okay, yes. It's okay. If Alessia, if you are ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes, you.
Maybe I can try to share my screen.
Yes.
If you want, you can start.
There was a question from the audience, but there was the problem with the Meet. So for the next presentation, maybe we need some time to make questions from here. Thank you.
Okay. Do you see my screen? Do you see the presentation?
Yes, Alessia.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizing committee and the university for hosting us. My name is Alessia Crisopulli. I'm a PhD student at the Politecnico di Milano. And today I'll present a study that I conducted with Professors Francesco Torrieri and Marco Rossitti. The title of our contribution is Territorial Inequalities in Real Estate Markets, Flood Resilience, Evidence from the Forlì-Cesena province. And this brings into dialogue three domains that too often are addressed in isolation: climate risk, real estate market, and territorial equity. Over the course of this presentation, I'll proceed in 4 steps. The first one I'll frame with the introduction, the problem, and identify the research gap we address. Then I'll present the methodology we propose, and from this I'll discuss its application to the case study of Forlì-Cesena, and finally I'll turn the results and the implication for spatial planning policy. Let me begin with the context. Climate change has become one of the most pressing global challenges of our time, with implications for economic system, territorial structures, and human well-being. Among all these extreme events that a changing climate is rendering more frequent and more impactful, floods occupy a distinctive position. This is not only because of their wide geographical reach. As we know, they affect plains, coasts, valley floors, and historical centers more or less in the same way, but also because of their capacity of generate a twofold harm. An immediate one is the tangible damage to the built environment, and the long-term one, the socioeconomic damage that settles upon territories and shapes their development for years to come. It's precisely this, the second one, the dimension that lies at the core of our work. To observe these impacts, we adopt a specific lens, the residential real estate market. It's important to highlight that the real estate market exhibits a strong spatial dependence. The value of a dwelling is not it's inseparable from its location, and they are of considerable economic significance to households and to territories. They therefore offer a unique perspective on how flood risk translates into tangible consequences. The international literature has examined one side of this question in considerable depth, and the question is how flood risk becomes capitalized into property prices. And on this point, particularly within the United States context, a well-established body of knowledge already exists. But there is, however, a second side that is less explored. That is where our research lies. The question is not how much flood risk affects prices, but rather how resilient real estate markets are to that risk, and how this resilience varies from one place to another. In this sense, Italy offers a particularly fitting setting for this question because it combines high hazard conditions with pronounced territorial disparities. And if I say to you some numbers, approximately 20% of the Italian population lives in flood-prone areas, according to the ISPRA report. The value of the housing stock exposed at this risk amounts roughly to 1 trillion euros, according to the Bank of Italy, and the expected annual losses in real estate wealth associated with flood events may reach 3 billion euros per year. All these numbers indicate how much value is exposed in absolute terms, but they do not tell us how the risk is distributed across territories that differ profoundly from one to another. This brings us to the deeply unequal structure of the Italian territory, characterized by a divide between central and marginal areas, also known as inner areas. Italian inner areas account for roughly 60% of the national territory and host approximately 23% of the population. These are territories marked by ongoing marginalization and depopulation. For this very reason, since 2014, they have been the target of the national strategy for inner areas, one of the most compelling laboratories of the European Union's territorial cohesion policy. And the strategy adopts a differentiated place-based approach and intervention calibrated to local specificities, aimed at fostering development and at addressing deficits in essential services such as healthcare, education, and mobility. And here a further gap emerges. The strategy devotes the considerable attention to services, local development, and accessibility, but yet the same degree of specific attention is not extended to the management of climate-related risk. The reasoning behind this is understandable but misleading. Given their lower population density and the lower absolute value of the asset exposed, such risk may appear less relevant in peripheral areas. And yet it is precisely the fragility of their socioeconomic systems that renders them less resilient. An unmanaged climatic event may thus become a catalyst for the depopulation already underway, and effectively undermining the very efforts of the strategy itself. Sorry. For this follows our aim to conduct a comparative analysis across these different typologies of municipalities classified according to the strategy in order to bring to light the differences in their markets' resilience to fraud risk. And the approach is an ex-ante assessment of the direct flood damage based on stage damage curves, which we compare with the average housing market value in order to identify municipality by municipality the critical stage. Let me now outline how this works in 6 steps. The first, the identification of a reference building typology, a building representative of a specific municipality and comparable across the different municipalities. The second, we break down this typology into principal components, structural, mechanical, and finishing elements. Third, the estimation of restoration and replacement cost for each element at risk. Fourth, the determination of damage percentage for each component at different water levels. Then the estimation of the total damage to the property at the various water levels expressed in euros per square meter. And at the end, the construction of the typology-specific stage damage curve and its comparison with the unit market value in each municipality. This comparison is the conceptual heart of the work. We bring together 3 ingredients, as we show in this image. Hazard, that is the water depth. Vulnerability, that is the building components and their fragility to water. The economic value, that is represented by the restoration cost and the market value. From the comparison between the rising damage curve and the market value, we derive the critical stage that refers to the most probable water depth at which the economic damage equals the market value of the property. And we adopt this value, the critical stage, as a proxy for the resilience of the real estate market. This allows us to compare municipalities that differ significantly from one to another. We applied this method to the province of Forlì-Cesena in the southeastern part of the Emilia-Romagna region. And the choice is not randomic, but this is a territory that was severely and recently affected by the flood of 2023, which caused extensive damage to the built environment, infrastructure, and to the population. It is also a morphologically heterogeneous territory. It presents mountains, hills, plains, and also the Adriatic coast as shown in this image, and is crossed by rivers and channels that exposed it to flooding at different scales. And shown by the ISPRA hazard maps, there's a broad range of scenarios from low to high probability, and this makes this area an ideal condition for testing our methodology. Within the province, we selected 8 municipalities representative of the different accessibility conditions defined by the NSIA classification. Forlì-Cesena as centers, the hubs offering the full range of essential services. Forlì-Popoli e Montiano as peri-urban municipality with good accessibility. Predappio and Mercato Saraceno as intermediate municipalities, and at the end, Premialcuore e Santa Sofia as peripheral municipalities lying 40 to 75 minutes from the nearest center. In order to isolate the territorial differences from the architectural one, we fixed a single reference building typology common to the historic centers of all the 8 municipalities selected, as I said before. And this building is a residential masonry building with 3 stories above ground, without basement, and in a medium state of conservation. The analysis then focuses on an ordinary unit on the ground floor that is the most exposed part of this type of buildings during a flood event. The building was broken down into its component, structural, finish, and mechanical, and for each of these components, we estimate a restoration cost through a detailed bill of quantities based on 2025 edition of the official price list of the Emilia-Romagna region, and we estimate the parametric cost for the restoration intervention of this type of building in case of flood damage. To each component, then we assign the damage percentage as a function of water depth at 30, 60, and 150 and 270 centimeters, integrating the existing literature, in particular the FEMA ADSUS manuals and the depth damage function of the US Army Corps of Engineers, with the expert judgment gathered through an ad hoc interviews. And the sum of these costs, level by level, builds the typology-specific stage damage curve. As I said before, we compare these costs with the market value, and this market value is the average unit value of ordinary civil housing in a normal state of conservation, as provided by the Italian Observatory of the Real Estate Market, OMI, in Italy, for the first semester of 2025. And as exposed in this, as shown in this table, we have different values for each municipalities. This depends on the specific territorial characteristic of the municipality itself. Now I turn to the result. Comparing the critical stage across the 8 municipalities, a clear spatial gradient emerged. Moving from the central to the peripheral municipalities, the resilience of the real estate market declines systematically. In the center of Cesena, the critical, that is the center in the classification of the strategy, the critical stage is approximately 1.5 meters. In the intermediate municipalities, Mercato Saraceno and Predappio, the gray ones, the threshold drops around 70 centimeters, and in the peripheral municipalities, the blue ones, Santa Sofia and Premil-Cuore, it falls to roughly 60 to 65 centimeters. The interpretation here is crucial. There exists an inverse relationship between water depth and the probability that an event of that magnitude will occur. Minor events are far more frequent than extreme events. This means that the lower resilience of peripheral areas does not depend on the magnitude of the event. Rather, it depends on the fact that in those territories, a far broader range of events, even modest, is already sufficient to erase the value of the properties. What does this tell us? It tells us that the socioeconomic and demographic disparities, already well documented between centers and inner areas, have a climatic counterpart that has so far remained largely invisible, but an inequality resilient to flood risk that closely mirrors the existing one. So there's disparities also in this sense. It tells us further that the lens of the real estate market reveals a tight connection with another major concern of the inner areas, is the population, precisely because they face a higher probability of experiencing an event at a critical stage of water. And in peripheral areas, a flood may become, more than elsewhere, a catalyst for abandonment. And the policy implication is direct. The differentiated place-based approach that the strategy adopts for services should be extended to the management of climate-related risk as well, which to date has not received the same specific attention. Integrating equity into risk management is not an addendum, it is a condition for ensuring that the cohesion efforts already underway are not undermined. Looking ahead, we intend to extend the analysis to other building typologies and to other Italian territories in order to construct a more comprehensive picture of these inequalities across all the peninsula. I'll conclude here, and thanks for your attention.
Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you, Francesca, for your contribution. No, thank you. Yes,
Alessia.
it's Alessia.
Yeah,
I'm
Francesca
sorry.
is my professor. But it's here.
Yes, your professor. Thank you for your contribution, for your presentation. Now, I don't know if there are any questions for you or not.
Not questions?
Yes. Yes, can you hear me? Yes. We have one from the room. Two here. I have one. And the other. Okay. Sorry, I didn't see. So we have two questions. My first question is about.
I don't hear well.
Now.
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay. So my question is about the typology and the age of the buildings. So do you think about the capacity of the structures to respond to this type of hazard? So as now you didn't understand, you didn't listen.
Sorry, I missed probably the one part of the question. So I understand that you want to talk about the age of the building, but I miss a piece.
Just to add some different characteristics to your analysis in future to like analyze how different types and different types, yes, of structure respond in a different way to this type of hazard. And so consequently has different types of costs for restoration and refurbishment after the damage.
Okay, thanks for your comments. Yeah, for sure, it's true. We are working on this, and we are working on a cluster analysis of this type of cultural heritage assets in general, in order to identify specific flood damage curve for each type of cluster. For each cluster we are analyzing, we already did this cluster analysis in another area in Italy, and we are working on the Forlì-Cesena province for doing it also in this area. And I agree with you, because for each cluster we will perform we derive a different flood damage curve that is related to a different restoration cost. And so yes, we are working on this. I don't know.
And we have another question.
Good afternoon, Alessia. Thank you for your presentation. It's really interesting. And I was wondering, what about the insurance? I mean, your type of data can be used to, I don't know, from Alliance Insurance or these big companies, no? And what you envisage, I mean, what you think that this data could be used by them, and are there differences between cities and in area, as you've shown from the results, according to this scenario? Thank you.
Thank you too. Yes, for sure. Our objective is to share this data, this process with the public administration, insurance, and so on. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Because, yeah. So, how this data can be used is, I think that we can use it starting from the restoration costs. So maybe Marco, you helping me? Because we are trying to estimate a parametric cost for each type of intervention, each type of building, and this cost can be translated in damage evaluation, and so can be used for by the insurance for the estimation of damages after flood events, because they can translate this parametric cost to a detailed intervention.
Thank you.
I don't know if Francesca wants to add something or I can go. Okay, I think I give the floor to Francesca.
Okay, yes. To the last question, I think that this kind of analysis can bring also to the estimation of an annual average damage per area. So this can be used both from ex post analysis and ex ante analysis also to define the premium for the insurance. So this kind of analysis can be used in both from an ex ante perspective, on a strategic perspective, and then an ex post analysis.
Yes, and if I can add something, I think that of course it's true that this kind of analysis can be used for insurance purposes. But the real contribution of this paper and this kind of research, I think, is a policy contribution. Because if we address the risk topic with our traditional tools, usually risk is a combination of hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. Of course, exposure that is given by the amount of cultural heritage, amount of population, the value of the exposed assets is higher in urban areas. While here, we somehow are considering another perspective toward the vulnerability topic. So, as Alessia said, the contribution is a policy contribution in the sense that maybe we don't have to consider, because if you look at the data, especially for flood risk, you see that inner areas are less exposed to flood risk, flood hazard, than urban areas. But the problem is that even a small event can lead to destroying the value of the property. And so this is the idea. And then, of course, the insurance topic, this is also a methodological contribution to support the definition of the premium for insurance and so on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also for the question. And thank you for the presentation, of course. And if there are no more questions, we can go on with the next presentation. Romani, the last presentation, because she has problem with connection. And so now we can go to if you are ready.
The next presentation, the title of next presentation is Efficient Use of Natural Tourism Resource within a Sustainable Tourism Along the Silk Road. Authors are Baudiron Safarov from Samarkand branch of Tashkent State University of Economics, Nargiza Mansurova, Silk Road International University of Tourism and Cultural Heritage, and Mustafa Toshuyajev, Samarkand State University. And Mustafa, can you start?
Yes, Professor. Hi.
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 If you remember, I am Mustafa Toshuyajev from Samarkand State University. Nowadays, I'm working at that university, and also I'm a PhD student of Samarkand State University. Yeah. So how can I share the presentation?
Please, you can share presentation.
Okay. Professor, is it visible?
We can see the program, yes,
Of the session.
of the session of Silk Road, Stay Silk Road session.
Is it visible now?
Yes, the program, yes, not the presentation.
Not the presentation?
We can see the program of Stay Silk Road session, this session. Maybe you can change the screen.
So what about now, Professor?
You can try again. It's a third icon at the low bottom. And when you share your screen, you can choose the PPT or the whole screen.
Now, is it visible?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Oh, thank you. So our topic is efficient use of natural tourism resources within sustainable tourism along the Silk Road and forecasting tourist flows in Uzbekistan based on ARIMA model. Authors are Safar Bahadur, Nargiza Mansurova, and Tashujaev Mustafa Khan. That's me. Certainly, below is a natural professional. It is so. In the first slide, you can see the introduction. Good morning, distinguished professors, respected researchers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to present our research entitled Efficient Use of Natural Tourism Resources Within the Sustainable Tourism Along the Silk Road, forecasting the tourist flows in Uzbekistan based on ARIMA model. Today, tourism is one of the fastest growing sector of global economy. At the same time, natural tourism resources have become one of the most important factors for sustainable tourism development. Mountains, deserts, lakes, and national parks and protected natural areas attract millions of tourists every year. However, increasing tourist numbers also create great pressure on these natural resources. Therefore, the main challenge today is not only to increase the number of tourists, but also to ensure the efficient and sustainable use of natural tourism resources. In Uzbekistan, ecotourism, mountain tourism, and agrotourism have been developing rapidly in recent years. The government is also implementing policies to promote the green economy and sustainable tourism. The main objective of our research to evaluate the efficiency of natural tourism resource utilization by analyzing tourist flows and forecasting future tourist demand using the ARIMA model. We believe that accurate forecasting can help policymakers, tourism authorities, and investors make better strategic decisions for sustainable tourism development. And in the second slide, we can see the materials and methods. Now, let me briefly explain the methodology of our research. We used annual statistical data or data covering the period from 2010 to 2014. 2024, the main variable of our study was the total number of tourists calculated as the sum domestic tourists and inbound international tourists. The forecast future the tourist flows we applied the autoregressive integrated moving average or ARIMA model. Why did we choose ARIMA model? Because ARIMA is one of the most widely used and reliable time series forecasting models in the economics and tourism research. Before estimating the model, we tested the stationary of the data using the Dickey-Fuller test. The results showed that the original series was non-stationary even after the first differencing. The series remained non-stationary. However, after second differencing, the data became stationary. Next, analyzed the after correlation function ACV and the partial after correlation function PACV to determine the appropriate model parameters. Several alternative ARIMA models were estimated using archaic information criterion AIC and the Bayesian information criterion BIC. We selected ARIMA 1-to-1 as the optional forecasting model. Finally, the model was estimated using statistical software, and its reliability was confirmed through ARCH and Bruce Godfrey diagnosis tests. And in the next slide, we can see the research and results. So let me present the main findings of our research. In 2010, the total number of tourists in Uzbekistan was approximately 2.8 million. 8 million. By 2024, this figure had increased to more than 31 million tourists. This represents remarkable growth in the country's tourism sector. A particularly rapid increase occurred after 2017 due to tourism reforms, visa liberalization, and improvements in tourism infrastructure. Also, the tourist arrivals declined during COVID-19 pandemic. The tourism sector recovered quickly after 2021. Regarding the economic analysis, the ARIMA 1-to-1 model produces satisfactory statistical results. And the coefficient of determination or R squared was approximately 0.665, indicating that the model explains a significant proportion of the variation in tourist flows. The ARCH test showed no evidence of heterodicity. Similarly, the Bruce Godfrey test indicated that there was no significant autocorrelation in model residuals. This diagnosis results confirms that the selected model is statistically reliable and suitable for forecasting future tourist flows. Then, in the next slide, we can see forecast results. The 2000, 2026 up to 2030. Now I would like to present the forecasting results based on ARIMA model, one-to-one model. Tourist flow were forecast for the period from 2026 to 2000. Sorry, according to our results, the total number of tourists is expected to reach approximately 40.7 million in 2026. By 30, the tourist arrivals are projected to increase approximately 62.8 million. These results indicate that tourism demand in Uzbekistan will continue to grow steadily over the coming years. However, this growth also has another important implication. An increasing number of tourists means greater pressure on natural tourism resources. Therefore, it is essential to strengthen the environmental monitoring, sustainable resource management, tourism planning, and the protection of ecologically sensitive destinations. In other words, the forecasting tourist flows is not only a statistical exercise, it is also important decision-making tool for achieving sustainable tourism development. Okay, in the conclusion part, finally, let me summarize the main conclusion of our study. First, natural tourism resources are one of the key drivers of tourism development in Uzbekistan. Second, the ARIMA model proved to be effective and reliable tool for forecasting tourist flows. Third, the forecast indicates that tourist arrivals will continue to increase steadily over the next several years. This growth creates significant economic opportunities, including higher tourism revenues, job creation, and regional development. At the same time, increasing tourist numbers also require more responsible management of natural tourism resources. Based on our finding, we recommend promoting the sustainable use of natural tourism resources, also strengthening environmental monitoring systems, also improving regional tourism planning, also developing evidence-based tourism policies, also and integrating forecasting method into tourism management and decision making. Thank you for your attention. In conclusion, I can say that sustainable tourism development demands not only attracting more visitors, but also preserving the natural resources that make possible. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, you are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mustafa Khan Toskulayev, and thank you very much. And we had the pleasure of meeting us in Samarkand, where we were welcomed by a wonderful group of professors and researchers from various universities. And so thank you also to you and to the other professor. And I don't know if there are some questions. if
yes,
yeah.
Mustafa, it's so
Yes,
nice
yes.
to see you, Mustafa. Greetings to everyone in Samarkand and to Professor Safarov and Malika. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I was really glad to see you again because I didn't expect to meet you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful group of researcher and professor in Samarkand, and so we are glad for this welcome. And thank you very much for everyone.
Thank you
And
very
if
much,
there
Professor.
are no, thank you. If there are no questions, we can go on with the other presentation. I can see connected Elena Salnikova. If Elena is ready, I don't know if she's the next who will do the presentation, because the next presentation is also from Boardini of Safarov, and the other person, the other researcher are Abibullo Hasanov, Maina Buzurkova, and Elena Salnikova. I can see connected now Elena Salnikova. I think she will do the presentation. And the title of the contribution is Economic Assessment of Inclusive Tourism in a Silk Road Heritage Destination, a Monte Carlo simulation study of Samarkand, Uzbekistan. And so thank you, Elena. And
good evening, good afternoon, and it is evening in Samarkand. Dear professors, dear researchers, dear colleagues, it's a great honor to participate in such conference. And on behalf of my co-authors, I'm glad to present our research, Economic Assessment of Inclusive Tourism in a Silk Road Heritage Destination, a Monte Carlo simulation study of Samarkand. Just a second, I will share my screen. Can you see my screen?
We can see, but not in a good way. We can see not
low definition.
Yes, now it's quite better. Not wonderful, but better. The resolution is not. But I don't know if our problem of everything. No, the resolution is
now?
not good.
Okay.
Not wonderful, but if you want, you can go on. You can start.
So sorry for this. Maybe it's technical problem. I don't know why it's shown like
now
this.
It's better. Now it's better.
Oh, great.
Better.
I have already mentioned the topic, and I would like to start with the motivation of why this matters. And according to World Health Organization, about 1.3 billion people, roughly 16% of the world's population, live with a significant degree of disability. That is a very large and still underserved group of potential travelers. International standards such as ISO 21902 and the UN Tourism Framework define accessible tourism as equal access across the entire value chain: information, transport, accommodation, services, and facilities. So accessibility is not a single social add-on. It widens the range of services a destination can offer and raises its competitiveness. And the economic weight is real. In Europe alone, demand from travelers with access needs has already generated hundreds of billions of euros, and it's projected to keep growing. In short, this is both a social study and the market. So what does the literature tell us? On the left side of the presentation, what is already well studied: physical, informational, and organizational barriers, accessibility as a driver of competitiveness, and the determinants of ordinary tourist spending, trip lengths, income, group transport. We also know that looking at spending item by item gives deeper insight than a single total. But there is a gap. Economic modeling of inclusive tourism specifically is still rare. Most work stays on barriers. The cost structure of inclusive tourists is barely covered. The acceptable price and market potential are rarely quantified, and Monte Carlo has almost never been applied here, especially not for Silk Road heritage cities. That gap is what we address. Our objective is to assess the economic potential of inclusive tourism in Samarkand under uncertainty using Monte Carlo simulation. We approach it from two sides. On the upper side, we model the profitability of hotel offering inclusive services across a range of prices. On the demand side, we estimate the expenditure structure of an inclusive tourist of a 5-day trip and how much it varies. And our methodological contribution is exactly the simulation-based approach to destination-level economic planning, which has been missing for this segment. Why Samarkand? It is a living crossroad of the Silk Road, a UNESCO heritage city with strong international flows and a diverse service base. But it has features that make inclusive tourism especially demanding. The heritage sites, Registan, the monuments, the museums are dispersed across the city. So movement between them isn't trivial. That raises the need for accompaniment and adopted transport. And as European studies show, travelers with access needs typically arrive with around 1.9 companions on average, which multiplies the footprint on each visit. So Samarkand is an ideal case for the economic of support-intensive inclusive travel. Now to the method. Monte Carlo means we draw random values from 15 distribution and repeat that thousands of times. So instead of a single average, we get the full range of outcomes, which is exactly what you want under uncertainty. We run it in two directions. First, hotel profitability. Arrivals follow a binomial distribution. 5,000 potential customers, acceptance, profitability 0.55. Market price is normal, mean 150,000, and started deviation 60,000 sums. Costs are 36 million fixed plus a variable normal part. Crucially, if the offered price is above the market price, demand falls and loss risk rises. Profit is revenue minus total cost over 1.329 runs. Second, tourist expenditure. Basic items use a PERT distribution from minimum, most likely, and maximum. Contingent items combine a Bernoulli. Does it happen with PERT amount? Inputs come from a questionnaire and booking.com over 1.5 simulations in Excel. There are the actual inputs in USD dollars for the 5-day trips. The basic items each get a minimum, expected, and maximum value fitted the per distribution. And you can already see shopping and recreation are high, up to $250. On the right are the contingent items. Medical service is about 15% of trip. Caregiver service is about 25%. But when caregiver service occurs, it ranges from $250 up to $1,000. That's why we combine PERT with Bernoulli. PERT gives a realistic shape for everyday cost, while Bernoulli captures that care and medical cost occurs only for some trips, but very heavily when they do. Let's look at the results. This chart is the heart of the supply side model. The blue bars are expected profit at each price. The dashes line is the probability of actually making a profit. Two things stand out. First, expected profit peaks around 140,000 sums, and there are hotels is still profitable in about 60% of runs. That's the sweet spots. Second, as price rises, the profitability of profit falls steadily, and above roughly 230,000 sums is collapsed towards zero. So loss risk rises sharply. The practical message: pricing power is bounded, not by willingness to pay, but by the tourist's overall budget. The winning strategy is to compete close to the market price, not to change the maximum. To make that usable for managers, we translated the curve into three scenarios. Optimistic, 80 to 150,000 sums, high profit probability of profit, competitive positioning, and at or below market price. Baseline, 150 to 230,000, a balanced zone. Profit still likely, but margins more sensitive. And pessimistic, about 230,000, where profit probability collapses and loss risk becomes serious. So it's a simple decision frame. Stay in the first two bands, threat and third as a red zone. Now the demand side. This is a cumulative distribution of a tourist total spending over 5 days. The key point: spending isn't a single number, it's a range. In about 10% of cases, the total is $920 or less. The medium at 50,000 is around $1,300, and 72% of trip come is under $1,564. Converting the median to daily figure, that's roughly $260 per day. That's substantial. It tells us the inclusive segment is not a marginal niche, but a genuinely high value market. But the most important result is this. We look at how strongly each component correlates with total spending. Caregiver service stands out dramatically at 0.67, by far the strongest driver. Recreation and shopping follow at 0.35, transport at 0.33, medical at 0.28, and only then food and accommodation around 0.23. Think about what that means. What moves total spending most is not the hotel room. It's the support and accompanying service. So revenue is generated across care, medical service, recreation, and trade. Inclusive tourism has a genuinely multi-sectoral footprint. Let me connect this to wider literature. First, the companion effect. Europe reports about 1.9 companion per traveler, and we are consistent. But the effort is even stronger here, because dispersed heritage routes demand more organized support. Second, on pricing, research shows travelers with disabilities will pay more for accessible products, and that's true. But our data show it's constrained by the total budget, since they also pay for transport, recreation, medical support, and caregivers. So balance price with the service package, don't just raise prices. Third, the structure differs from ordinary tourism. Their accommodation dominates. Here, care and medical support reshape it. A tourist plus support economy. And the value chain literature flags information completeness and service links at the fragile points, which matches our call to integrate these services. So, to conclude, inclusive tourism in Samarkand is social duty, but also a promising economic segment. There are three takeaways. One, pricing must sit within a defined band. Profitability holds near the market price, around 140,000 sums, and disappeared above 230,000. Two, it's a high value demand segment, roughly $260 per day at the medium. Three, the practical implication is to build one integrated service package beyond physical access, bundling caregiver and medical support, adapted transport, and clear access information. Our contribution is a simulation-based way to plan All of this at the destination level. A few words on the limit in the interest of honesty. Our parameters rest on questionnaire and booking.com data, and we model a single hotel and one 5-day trip profile. The distribution shapes are assumptions, and we hold macro conditions fixed. Is a single currency. Where next validate against observed booking and spending microdata, extend to multiple hotels, trip lengths, and seasons. At the accessible value chain, information and service links, and scale the approach to other Silk Road heritage destinations. That brings me to the end. Thank you very much for your attention, and it was great pleasure to participate in such an important event.
Thank you for your contribution, interesting contribution. Do you have any question? No? No? Okay. Greetings from Italy to everybody, everyone of Samarkand. Okay? Thank you.
Warm greetings from Samarkand. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And so if there are no
the last
question, the last contribution is the title is Cultural Heritage, Identity and Power Dynamics, Guiding Practice in Oradea, Romania. And next presenter is Professor Corina Tatar from University of Oradea. And so if Professor Tatar is ready.
Okay, hello. Hello. So thank you for presenting me. Yes, and I look forward to showing my presentation of today. I should make some observations related to the presentation that will be made, in the sense that I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but it's going to be on the PDF format. So I will scroll down across the PDF format as the presentation will go. Just let me see how I can share the screen of my presentation. Just a second, let me see. Just a second, let's see how it goes. Manuscript, I think is this one. Do I keep send? Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Can you see the paper?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's okay.
yes,
Good.
yes. Thank you.
Okay.
You can go on.
Okay. Good. Okay, thank you. So today's paper is a joint paper of teamwork, including the members of the committee, Professors Celestina Fazi as well as Clara Stella Vicaria Versa, alongside a colleague from the University of Debrecen, Europe, and myself. We conducted a study related to the cultural heritage, identity, and power dynamics, and which are the guiding practices in Oradea city, Romania, which is a border city. What was the purpose of this study? Was to highlight how heritage is constructed, contested, and interpreted in the multi-ethnic city of Oradea, Romania, in Europe. Yeah, because I see that we are more people from different universities, yes, from different parts of the world. I would like to take the opportunity of this, let's say, short introduction to also greet my colleagues from the universities. I also had the pleasure to visit there. Okay, so what is the conceptual framework of this study? It was conducted on 104 respondents. It's actually an online survey that was applied to 104 respondents from across 18 countries, and it was meant to highlight the perceptions of political influence and interpretative authority in heritage governance. Oradea was taken, Oradea city, my city. It's actually the place where I live, where I work, it's my academic city, let's say, where I teach. And we took it as a case study because it is a multicultural city, pluriconfessional city with many ethnicities residing within, since it's a border city close to the Hungarian border, about 10 kilometers away. So inside we have ethnicities both of Hungarian origin, Jewish origin, German origin. It has a very rich past, and in this sense we wanted to show how heritage is preserved and which are the institutional cultural policies that have been adopted to either take the city towards let's say internationalization through guiding practices, or rather to restrict it from this point of view. And therefore we analyzed more, we surveyed more people coming from different countries, and you'll see that the online survey actually deals with many respondents from across different countries. We have them from Azerbaijan, from Benin, from Ethiopia, from Greece, from Hungary, Iran, Ireland, Italy, Kenya, Namibia, Poland, Portugal, Romania, but and so on, as you can see them listed here. But nonetheless, most of them were the respondents coming from Romania as well as from Italy, as the study was conducted by our universities, and we applied it to the students, also to people having been involved in the tour guiding activity, so as to give relevance of the study. Further on, as a conclusion, I would say, of the study, I will also emphasize it later on. It is part of the abstract of the paper that has been accepted for publication. It shows that the study has different attitudes towards culture and power dynamics in the multicultural city of Oradea, and in the same time it shows which are the challenges as well as opportunities of managing diverse past heritage in the contemporary Romanian cities, and especially in this case of Oradea city. So the methodology relies in an online quiz questionnaire that was applied to 108 respondents. Most of the respondents were aged between 45 and 59 years old, and also the least respondents are aged between 35 and 44 years old. As you can see, it covers a wide range of people, respondents, and the study showed the opinions, perceptions to this related to this power dynamics into keeping, preserving heritage, and how it can influence its future eventually. So relying on the literature review, we used more theories that are accessible in the specialized literature, and we relied on the studies of Benedict Anderson, of the studies of which show that actually heritage has a very important role, plays a central role in the construction of national identity. And so much the more in this case of Oradea city, because as I said, it's shaped by more ethnicities as well as different pasts and different political regimes that actually it pertain to. As well as Trujillo's idea that historical production is shaped by power at each step, from the creation of archives to the construction of collective memory. So these were some pinpointing literature, specialized literature that we relied on when actually doing the study. Also related to Romania, we can say that Romania is a very illustrative example of how heritage can be manipulated, because in the past, during Ceausescu's regime, our former dictator in the communist regime, many of the historical neighborhoods were completely demolished, including churches, synagogues, or anything else that also belonged to the minorities. And instead, it was oriented towards building a cultural heritage that was used as would show uniformization, standardization, and as an epitome of this concept of communism, we have the House of the People that stands today very, very tall and very, very strong as, let's say, illustrative power of this heritage that actually is manipulated across time, across regimes, according to the political rule in place. Yes. Also, we dealt with controversies related to renaming public spaces, because public spaces can be renamed sometimes without any, how should I say, public consultation. It is a power decision made by authorities that doesn't necessarily reflect the will of the people. So that also can raise some controversies, and they are very well, how should I say, illustrated, especially when you are faced with doing tours of the city and you find that certain places are renamed without any, as I said, political consultation. Yes, without any public consultation. It's all a matter of power dynamics, political will. So in this sense, we also dealt with the question, with the idea of what do we want to preserve? Yes, how should the balance be stricken? Yes, between minority and majority culture. Which one do you put in the guided tours? Yes, do you want to have an emphasizing majority culture and only highlight that? Do you want to emphasize also the minority culture, which also is part of a democratic process of interpretative guiding processes? Yes, so we dealt with more of these issues, and eventually the study showed some important results, I would say. As far as Orade is concerned, we also made a little description of the history of the city. It has, as well as the Romanian majority, Hungarian ethnicity, as well as Jewish minorities, German, Slovakian minority. So it's a very, how should I say, multi-ethnical and pluriconfessional city. Therefore, in the cultural heritage of the city, you will see synagogues, you will see Catholic churches, you will see Orthodox churches, you will see Reformed churches, so all dating back hundreds and hundreds of years ago. And luckily, some of these historical buildings have escaped the demolishing of the communist regime policies that were adopted since 1945 until 1989, when Romania was under communist rule. And we have a historical city to present to tourists because of this, let's say, perpetuation of the history and of this preservation of the history. And it is very important to actually have it, but it's also a matter of dealing and asking how people and how tour guides, as well as tourists, feel about this heritage. Do they feel it's mostly? Do they feel it's mostly influenced by the majority culture? Do they feel it's mostly influenced by the minority culture? We also wanted to emphasize these aspects, and we applied the online survey where we asked people what if they think that decisions about the cultural heritage and how it is preserved are influenced by the political interest, influenced purely or only by the historical value. So how culture is preserved is influenced by politics or history. In this sense, the respondents gave a nuanced reply, saying that it is rather it is neither influenced by politics to the most degree, neither by history. So it is placed somewhere in the middle. Both can influence how heritage is preserved, both politics and history, and they consider the heritage governance as a nuanced process, both shaped by historical as well as political factors. So it is situated somewhere in the middle around here. No extremes were evident in the respondents' replies. Also, because how heritage is preserved can influence eventually the identity of a place. Renaming streets or renaming buildings can influence how a cultural tour is presented, and what is the perception of the identity of that city after the tour is ended in the mind of the tourists. Yes, in Oradea, many of the public spaces, yes, have been renamed when they passed from, for instance, from communism to democracy. We were a monarchy first, then we were under communist regime, and then we today in the current state we are under democracy. So of that all these political regimes have influenced how heritage has been preserved, how heritage has been presented, how streets have been renamed. In communist regime, when you had a very popular holiday like the 23rd of August, when everybody was celebrating through chants to elogiate the president as the ruling power, was the most important holiday of communism. So you would have the most important place of the city, the most important square of the city named 23rd of August as that popular holiday. Yes, and also in democracy, after we came back to democracy in 1989, that place has been changed. That name's place, that park's name has been changed with another historical event from the city that actually shapes our identity. It was the union of Transylvania with the rest of Romania. So how streets, how parks are named, how monuments are named, are influenced by this history and events that actually shape the identity of this city, of Oradea city. Also related to interpreters, because heritage was in this sense closely connected to guiding and interpretation. The guidance is made by local guides, usually national guides we call them, but in the same time we noticed a problem. That's why we tackled also this issue of power dynamics and guiding practices in Oradea, because I'm also a professional and a licensed tour guide, and since Oradea it's a multi-ethnical city, a border city, we see many how should I say, it's many people coming to or to visit Oradea in the weekend, especially those that have a connection with Oradea, in the sense that we have in Oradea many people also speak Hungarian. So you can imagine that there is a small border traffic between Hungary and Oradea and Romania in this sense. Yeah, so residents coming from the nearby cities of Debrecen, for instance, are visiting Oradea because there is a familiarity with the destination. In Oradea, they can speak Hungarian because they will be understood in the stores, in the public spaces. So Hungarian is a language that is spoken in Oradea too. So we have an intense, I would say, flow of weekend tourism of Hungarians to Oradea. Nonetheless, how history is presented about these places, about the attractions of Oradea, can influence a lot the perception of the tourists that are coming to see Oradea. So that's why we noticed that in Oradea there are many unlicensed guides that come with their own narrative related to what is presented in the city, the history of the city, that can create some biases in the perception of the tourist's mind. If I hope I managed to make myself understood, which is the idea, yeah. And these biases can further on be, how should I say, perpetuated by today viral marketing. So there's the information travels very fast, yes. And what we say, what narrative is presented to a certain attraction, related to a certain attraction, can influence the perception of the tourist, and the identity of that destination can also be altered, be biased if the presentation is not correct. So we noticed a lot of unlicensed tourists coming to present Oradea, and that can, with this, how should I say, history of multi-ethnicity, of different historical political backgrounds that we went through, can create a distorted narrative of the place. And this is what we would want to address to this paper, that I don't know, we wanted to ask people, do you think that unlicensed guides can bring a contribution, or can make a disfavor for the identity of the city and the interpretation of the city's cultural heritage? And we consider that tour guides are indeed as cultural brokers, so it is through them that culture is interpreted. When you have a tour guide giving a presentation of an attraction, of a cultural attraction, it can very much enlighten the tourist as to what the attraction actually refers to. So that's why tour guides are very important in order to interpret this cultural heritage. And in Oradea, we have quite, in Romania actually, we have quite a large number of licensed guides, as well as unlicensed guides. Yes, that are doing it. I would say illegally, this job. Yes, and that can influence the perception of the tourist in terms of cultural heritage. Therefore, we asked our respondents that if they think that allowing unlicensed or foreign tour guides can increase the risk of a biased or inaccurate interpretation of the cultural heritage. And most of the respondents agreed, yes, that foreign unlicensed tour guides can increase the risk of favoring or improper heritage interpretation. As you can see, most of respondents are here. Yes, I strongly agree that this can influence negatively the perception of heritage interpretation, the correct perception of a heritage interpretation. And also requiring tour guides to be officially licensed by the host country helps ensure accurate and responsible heritage interpretation, was another question that was distributed to the respondents. And they said that indeed it's important to have tour guides that are licensed by the host country, who knows the history of that country the best, in the best manner, and that it should be done in this manner. So only licensed guide are ideally responsible of a accurate heritage interpretation. And we see that most of the respondents agreed that actually this is the right way to do heritage interpretation, through these guides, which are considered as cultural brokers. So the overwhelming support for mandatory licensing, of course, brings us to what specialized literature researchers already said, that mandatory licensing reinforces established research showing that trained, officially accredited guides play a crucial.
Sorry, Professor Tatar. 2 last minutes.
Okay, I will finish in just a second. Okay, in 1 minute I'll be done. Thank you for letting me know. So officially accredited guides play a crucial role in ensuring accurate and trustworthy heritage interpretation. So I will then move on to the conclusions. So further on, questions related to tour guides, yes, and if they should be licensed, if they should be accredited in the host country, were asked, and most of the respondents agreed that it's important to have licensed guides. It's important to have them accredited by the host country so that their narrative will be an accurate one. In Romania, we have many tour guides. You can see the number, it's very large. In 2016, we made an analysis, and over 4,000 guides were accredited at the level of Romania. And but unfortunately, not all of them are actually active. Yes, many of them are inactive from this number. I will go then straight to the conclusions so that we are fit with time. We have some further things that were analyzed throughout the paper. And to show the conclusions, we can say that heritage in Romania, and especially in Oradea city, is shaped by complex interactions between power, cultural pluralism, interpretative authority, and it's very important to have licensed guides to have an accurate presentation, interpretation of the cultural heritage, and what cultural heritage is preserved, which one is preferred or not, should be a public consultation with all stakeholders involved, be they the civil society as well as the authorities. Okay, thank you. This would be my presentation.
Thank you, Tatar Corina. Thank you for your presentation. And it's so nice to see you, Corina. Greetings to everyone in Oradea, and the two professors, Dorina Camelia and Alexandru Ilias, and Cesar Morar. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And greetings from us for wonderful welcoming in your university and a wonderful city. Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you. I don't
hope
know
all of the people from the section here will have the chance to see Oradea. I will be very glad to provide a tour guiding for them. Yes, I'm teaching tour guiding at the University of Oradea, and we noticed from the talks with the colleagues from Italy, we noticed this problem in Oradea, and we thought we should approach it in a paper. It's important to have it written and to raise awareness about power dynamics in terms heritage as well as the guiding practices, yes, to have them legal ideally as much as possible. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you to you, and we suggest all the people in this session to go to Oradea, yes, to see the city and university. And if there are no questions, we can, as you say, the contribution of this session has already been published, and the PDF file will be available soon for download for everyone. And so the books will be available for all of us. And so thank you to everybody. Thank you to Italian Politecnico from Turin and from Milan. And thank you for all the research and professor from Samarkand University. Thank you from Oradea University. And thank you for participating to this session and to ICCSA 226. And so if no question, we can finish our session, and thank to all of you for this participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And goodbye to everything.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you too. Bye.
Thank you.
Lo dobbiamo fare la...
Restiamo qui.
Sì, cosa ce lo danno loro il
c'è ancora qui, dobbiamo scrivergli. E cosa? More action, come si fa? Chat. Open chat. Hi. Chi è admin? Chi hai? Via to do we as chair. Come chair, no? We have. Dobbiamo fare altro. Aspetta. Dobbiamo fare altro che possiamo chiamare.
No, noi abbiamo finito.
Abbiamo finito.
And.
Aspetta, abbiamo finito. Come moderatrici della sessione dobbiamo fare altro. No. We have finished the session as moderators of the session. We have something else to do or not? Ci hanno scritto, no? Do we have something else to do? Se non ci rispondono, gli resta almeno scritto che noi ci abbiamo provato, giusto? Questo se ne sarà andato. Ora se n'è andato Mustafon, si è reso conto, se n'era andato di là e si è reso conto, forse guidava, poi accompagnato qualcun altro. Sono rimasti.
Vedi che è qui.